Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. It is raining over here. It just started again. I mean, it's been raining on and off, but like it just started. Anyways, up here, we have a little screen capture of how well we're doing on the download and how long it thinks it's going to take. This is just the download. This is not the validating or verifying the resources or whatever. Um, so there's still other steps, but hey! Thank you for resubscribing. Oh my god, that's crazy! Oh man. Is that a thunder that I hear in the distance? I think so. Yeah. Anyways, I have decided Genshin is being like this. It was 100% done. It's at 65% right now. It was at 100% done at like 7:10, and then it froze, and then it was like, sorry, I have to start over. So in the meantime, I'm working on this. Um I've made a great deal of progress on it. I've been working on it like on and off this year. Um so yeah. What is Twitch without glitches? Yeah, so this is what I'm gonna be working on while we wait for Genshin to load, and we can just hang out. It's fine. Everyone who plays Genshin is familiar with the trials and tribulations of waiting for Genshin to download. um, oh yeah, oh my gosh. I'm currently trying to navigate my string. So, I think, okay, I don't think I've used, I think I need to get a new one of this. I feel like I don't have enough of this color, to be completely honest with you. But maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like, I don't know. It's also very well possible that I lost some of it because I am afflicted with having cats. And sometimes that kind of thing just happens. um, yeah, okay. Actually, let's set that there. Of course, because it's so dry in the house right now, the thread is just like taking all the moisture right out of my hands. um, okay. Red. But I figure, this would also be a good way to vent out the frustrations of technology giving me problems because, there's something really soothing about stabbing a needle into something over and over and over again. Um, so, hooray. But, anyways, how's everyone's week been going so far? I had an eye doctor appointment on Monday, and I found out I have an astigmatism that no one ever told me about. So, it's in both eyes, and no eye doctor I've ever been to has been like, "Yeah, yeah, you have that." So that was fun to learn. I wasn't even told by the doctor. Slightly valid. Um, I, oh, man. So yeah, eye doctor appointment happened, and it took just like all of my energy to exist because things always take all of my energy to exist. Um, but then yesterday was election day. Oh, I am so sorry that the Adderall shortage is creating so much of a problem. It sucks so much. Like, we live in a society. And literally for what purpose? What does it do? What is it doing to actually take care of us? Like, isn't the point of a society not having to raw existence by yourself? Like, isn't the point of a society to have structures in place that take care of each other? And instead we have this shit. This late stage capitalist nightmare. But you know, alas. Okay. Now that I've finally got all my string out. Wait, did I grab a needle threader? It's gonna be real difficult to do anything if I didn't. Ugh. And I don't think I did. Can I get 6 pieces of thread into a needle threader all at once? With, like, is it possible? If I have all of them really close together? Probably not. Man. I don't have a needle threader upstairs. I might text my mother and ask her to bring it up. Because if it's not with me, which means that it's on the table, like one of the side tables in the living room. Oh, all right, that's fine. Okay, just trying to. I mean, I can try to somehow. Why is there one singular thread that's like a whole inch longer than the rest? Hello? That was Dakota jumping up onto the dresser. Excuse me, sir. Do you have to make the noisiest entrance imaginable? I'm just wondering. Oh, the next Sims expansion pack uh officially got a trailer. Oh, wait. I did it. I got all 6 pieces of thread into that needle. Look at me go. And it's basically kind of a little bit landlord simulator. Um which I mean, given that oh no, the frame rate is dropping and we are in the red. This is because it is raining. If we lose connection, I am sorry. It's a very real possibility. Oh, wait, we're improving. We have improved. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're all good. No disconnection. Nothing to worry about here. All right. I've already forgotten what I was saying. Oh, yeah. Expansion pack for The Sims. So basically, it's going to be like where you can build apartments, townhouses, basically like multifamily home type lots. And you can either be a landlord or a tenant. And to be honest, like I'm excited about it. I love the idea of being able to build multifamily homes. Like, I love that. However, comma, it feels like this is what city living could have been if it was released this year, you know? Like some of the city living stuff plus this, I feel like that would have been what city living could have been. And instead it's just not. um and like I get that with something so drastic and with like how small the city living world is and all of that, like I get that it would be very much not possible for them to like redo the whole pack, but it is disappointing because it feels like it's not uncommon for at this point to like be getting things and it's like, man, this is what could have happened if this pack was actually, released now. um but it still looks cool. It looks like a nice world. um okay, having some trouble with pulling the string all the way through. um but yeah, I mean, all in all, it's gonna be a fun pack. They're doing the stupid pre-order bonus again, which I don't love, but you know, what are you gonna do? EA is gonna do EA stuff. It's not a surprise that they're continuing with the pre-order bonuses. At least the pre-order bonuses this time like aren't that interesting, you know? It's like an umbrella, like an outdoor umbrella, um like a fruit stand and maybe a bowl of fruit or something like that, or like a basket of something. I don't know. It's just like it's not like the super pretty bike from the cottage living pre-order bonus, and it's not like the really cool. How is what gonna work? Also valid. The apartment stuff, I have no idea. They've only released the announcement trailer. They haven't done the gameplay trailer, and closer to the actual release, which is on December 7th, they'll be talking about they'll do a live stream showing how the pack works, cuz they always do. So, I'm not really sure how it's going to work in game. I'm assuming that if you just like from manage worlds build an apartment lot type thing, maybe it'll spawn a property owner if you want to live there. Maybe, I don't know. This is just a guess. uh and I mean, I'm guessing that if you want to be a landowner, you would basically build a house like you usually do and then just set the type of residential lot. Um to being a rental, like multifamily home rental. Uh, and then you can live there and also have your tenants live there, or you can buy property probably the same way that we can buy restaurants and we can buy stores. So I don't know. I'm guessing it'll be something like that. You know, I think I think that we will have the choice. I will say, I wonder if there's going to be any cross-pack compatibility. Like, I think that the best thing that they could do is add, like, I don't know if it would be considered like reusing a pack and if it would make people mad, but like, we haven't played with city living much in this on this channel, but when you move into apartments, some of them have these like radiators or pipes that can break down, or they have like mouse holes that'll spawn, and then sometimes they'll get like bugs. Um, so that I'm wondering if there's going to be like an option to make the apartments like and rentals have those like very prone to breaking objects, you know? Um I would really like that. I also would like if there was some way to like if there was cross-pack compatibility with the with like the existing apartments we have in city living and eco lifestyle, if we could then take the gameplay of owning apartment property and also be able to own one of those buildings. Like maybe they would be pricier because they're like, I don't know. Like, does this make sense? Like I want to be able to own any apartment, but I doubt that's going to happen. Like I don't think it'll work like that, but it would be nice if there was cross-pack compatibility. And if you're wondering why I don't think it'll work like that, it's simply because I never want to get my hopes up for them implementing cross-pack compatibility well. Because that's just, I don't know. But I was in my Legacy Challenge series on YouTube, I made a joke in the most recent episode before we knew what this pack was going to be, where I was like, oh, what if what if it's gonna be like the last things that we need in The Sims, where we get the ability to build apartments, we get burglars, and we get fairies, because to me those are the three things that are missing from The Sims. And in the trailer, so not only is it actually building apartments, but in the trailer there was somebody who broke into one of their neighbors' houses and looked like they were gonna steal something. Like they used a crowbar and pried open the door, and I'm like, burglars? And I so badly and I'm like, listen, 2 for 3, that's pretty good, especially since I was joking. But like, and look, I don't know, like, on the one hand, I'm really excited about burglars conceptually, but on the other hand, I'm like, I think that burgling, like, I think that the chance to be robbed, the chance to have somebody steal your fucking bathtub should be base game. I think that should be part of the base game update, personally. And if you wonder why I say bathtub, when I was playing The Sims 3 for the first time ever, years and years and years ago, the first time that I ever encountered a burglar, they stole my bathtub. Oh my god. I hope not. I want fairies to be cool. It's not like fairies really had any specific power or like intrigue, I guess, other than being cool, like looking. But I hope that fairies get their whole game pack. They deserve so much more. I mean, mermaids and aliens also deserve so much more, but I'm just hoping for the best. Okay, we're on to verifying game resources. So waiting for that process to actually start, and hopefully it doesn't glitch out this time. Fingers crossed. Because that would be really fucking annoying. That's okay. I've gotten most of the rest of this. Where am I pointing? Here. Most of the rest of this done. Yeah! Oh my god, I saw that. You know what? There's a lot of bad stuff happening in the world lately. But who's really holding it together for us are those people performing their heists. We've had some really great and entertaining heists. There's been that. There's simply been they used a camera and everything. Yeah. I appreciate the art. And honestly, when it comes to museums, 9 times out of 10, the stuff that's in the museum was already stolen. It is really hard to be like, don't steal things from, like, who stole it first? Let's be honest. Who stole it first? Ooh, okay. It is unzipping game resources 1 out of 2. We have moved on to the next step. So true. And I love that for them. I really do. Alright. Hold on. I'm gonna slightly adjust what you can see. There we go. Now you can see the the actual percentage, since nothing is showing on the bottom other than the progress bar. Alright, and just in time for finishing the swirly. Now I'm gonna go to the next one. But yeah, and it looks like not, like, okay, so it looks like you might be able to personally burgle your neighbors, which I think is lovely and wonderful. But I also hope, yeah, but I also hope that, like, I hope that it can be like a random event that can happen to your Sims, like in previous Sims games, you know? Because if some guy dressed in a white and black striped shirt isn't tiptoeing into my house in the middle of the night with a little black sack that he opens and vacuums in my entire bathtub, what is the point? You know? Can kleptos already do that? Yes, they can. Yeah. But this would involve, like, getting into your neighbor's house without them inviting you in. So that might make it easier to do without getting caught, you know? Or doing it while they're not home. So there's like, there might be more depth to it with this, but I hope that it adds a random event that allows people to steal from you, to break into your house, you know? Because if that's not a possibility, like, what is the point? And I feel like ever since cottage living, it's been, like, teased, kind of. Honestly, yeah. I feel like the 2 next get to rich quick ones with this particular pack, I'm sure that there's going to be a return of Slumlord Stanley. This time probably successfully, because the roommate system does not really allow you to be a landlord. And then definitely burglary. If you can do burglary, you know, then that, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna kind of deciding how I wanna start with this side. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm I'm looking forward to the pack for sure. I will mourn the fact that city living will never uh get to be this, but that's okay. It's okay. This game has been out for almost 10 years. Sometimes this is just the way the cookie crumbles. Um but yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. But yeah, it also looks like there is going to be a new death, possibly from a fungus. That's what I was getting from the trailer. So, oh my god, no. Imagine they made an entire expansion pack for an expansion pack. Uh, that would be the worst. For anyone who doesn't know, years ago, when The Sims 4 Cats and Dogs came out, afterward they made a stuff pack called My First Pet Stuff. Except you couldn't buy that stuff pack without buying the expansion pack. Whereas there are no other packs that require another pack to run. Mm. It's so annoying. And like, I like some of the stuff in My First Pet Stuff, but we should not be having DLC for DLC. That is ridiculous, especially when expansion packs are $40. Okay, people are more likely to buy a stuff pack $10 than they are to buy an expansion pack $40 at full price. And like, anyways, it's just that was a really stupid thing that EA did. But okay, it is consolidating resources. One, two. Honestly, yeah. One thing about The Sims is that it is going to extort you. It is going to be unsustainable. Cries in owning every pack other than Star Wars. Though before I was playing, yeah, definitely EA. But yeah, it was. Yeah, I think the pack is gonna be good. Like, I hope so. I. I mean, they've been doing pretty good this year, I would say. Um, I also worry that there might not be like enough going on to make it a whole expansion pack. Because I will say that I can tell Horse Ranch was an expansion pack and not a game pack because of the amount of like build and cast. But gameplay wise, everything is mostly horse centered. And like there's a little bit of other stuff, you know? But it wasn't like as far as some expansion packs go, I don't know. I feel like they either do a really good job being really specific, but then it feels like there's not enough in it, or they do way too many things and none of them have any depth. And I don't really think that EA has a balance when it comes to Sims packs. So it's kind of like, which would you prefer? You know, would you like something that feels like maybe there's not enough there for the price, but at least what is there is fleshed out? Or, you know, because like high school years, in my opinion, way too much going on. They did way too much, and it wasn't good. Um, like, I appreciate that the pack exists. I love the builds. I love the cast, but they did too much, you know, like because there was active high school, but then they also added boba, and they wanted to add like these peer rides, and they wanted to add new part-time jobs, and they did so much. And now, like, for what? Like, at the end of the day, for what? To watch your sim sit in a desk and not be able to really interact with them at all. It's not, you know. So it's kind of like, is it going to be way too many things, or is it going to be not enough things, but at least the things that are there have depth? So it's, oh, you know. But that's just me thinking my thoughts. Okay. Shoop. Let's. No, I feel like that would be a waste of string. I'm trying to decide where, like, at what point to cut my thread, because it's like I have about this much left, which isn't a lot, but at the same time, I don't want to cut it too soon and then feel like I have like this huge piece, but then I can't really rethread it because, yeah, just trying not to waste string, but leave myself with enough that when I go to tie it off and cut it, it will work. Oh, that's so sad. Okay. Okay. I think I'm officially to the end of the string. I will pull for Farina for sure, but I don't know if I'll pull for her weapon. I might do like one pull. Um Depending on how much I have left. I don't have enough to hit pity twice, so we will still be going against the 50-50, but we shall see. Oh my gosh. Just trying to tie off this stupid. Yeah. Fingers crossed. minimal waste. Of course, now I'm cold again. I thank you. I took this off because I was warm, but probably just from raging at Genshin. Valid. Oh, my elbow is slightly out of place. Mm. Ow. Okay. Okay. Got started on the next swirl. Oh, damn. That's that's a lot of health. I feel like my chair was all the way up, but now it isn't. Ugh. Oh, wow. That is nice. So, is it safe to assume that she scales off of maximum HP for at least some of her things? That's valid. Yeah, I was a little bit my brain trying to comprehend uh how they were describing her in the special program, but I know that she does healing in like one of her states phases, whatever. Um yeah. It's going to be real hard because I'm not doing the Archon quest until starting Monday next week, and I know Kat said that it was about 5.5 hours, so it'll definitely be split between the two. Um, Split between Monday and Wednesday. um, but I'm excited for it. The trailer for this version had me so you know. So I'm excited to see what it means. But, yeah, I'm. Oh, wait, shoot. Why did I do that? Well, alright, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's fine. um, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Not necessarily the crying, but you know, it's not the first time that the game will make me cry, so that's fine. um, oh wait, hold on. I can see here. I already had a string sectioned out for this color. I love having. All right, that's good to know. Um, wait, why was this sectioned out? Wait. Oh no, this is shorter than the rest. Is it? Wait, is that what's going on here? Yes, this is much shorter. Okay. I'm going insane. Don't mind me. I'm trying to figure out if I've pre-sectioned off any of my thread or not. We're almost done verifying resources. Or at least almost halfway done. Shoot. And I just tangled it. Hooray. Wait, where's my. Ha. Okay. Me versus untangling some string. Oh, that's good. They probably made sure to structure that one in a very specific way since, they did add the quick start, right? Oh my gosh. What is still tangled? Yeah. Okay. I'm don't want to lose any string. because I already feel like I won't have enough of some of these colors. Ugh. I guess the question is what's going to happen? Am I going to untangle these threads first? Or are the resources going to be verified first? Okay. Okay, one is free. Technically only need to free one more so that I have two of them, but my future self will be very annoyed if I leave this tangled mess. So you do it for him. Hey, on to this part. In which the game may or may not launch. Hello? There we go. Okay. Because the next part is when it verifies files. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I have to log in. Let's see if it's gonna. No. Hold on. Boom. Look at that. New progress bar. Absolutely tragic to hear that there is geometry. I'm so sorry that this has turned into. I every time I see that guy, man. Please just untangle. Okay. I think I finally did it. I think I finally untangled it. Oh my gosh. It's just one of those days. Where's the rest of this thread? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Hooray! To make these two pieces of thread line up. Of course. That is deeply unfortunate. Soon we will be free. Soon. We've only been here for an hour. Gosh. I do hope we're gonna finish unfinished comedy tonight. Like, I'm not even here to start. I'm not even gonna try and do dailies, okay? I am here simply to finish the world quest and to pull for Farina. That is it. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. And think, this all could have been done. I might have started, like, we might have started at the same time, but at least the game would have been done, you know, with the loading. It is fine. This is nice too. This is nice too. I don't know how large of a percent of it was spent untangling thread. But probably too much. Okay. Speaking of, I'm going to put my Willow Bark lotion on. Well, fingers crossed on finishing the quest. I think I will too, but you know. All right. Shoop. Let's pair these ends up. Shoop. Ooh. Maybe. Although I don't maybe. All right, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this on my little thread holder. We are ready to go. Almost match Venti's eyes, but not quite. Here, I'll set this here. Everyone else, though. All right. Oh, finally, we can begin. Mm-hmm. Uh, okay. It is tragically predictable, though, that Venti's don't quite match. Honestly, what did he do? He's just a guy hanging out. Okay. So much. Let's clear these before we... Okay, come on. Yep, Archon quest, story quest. New area unlocked. New monster.
Once, there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey of seeking the pearl. But she was deceived, and the memory of her noble origins faded. She now
Every update, I just think a little bit more about this, you know?
But take heart. A second crowned heir had already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey, of your tale to be told.
Obviously, all the notifications. Okay. Noted. Who was... Okay. Alrighty. Mail. Holy crap. So much. Oh yeah, wow. Okay. So we're gonna get right into the wishing, I think. Might as well. Although, you know what? I haven't gotten these yet. So, let's grab those. Alright, let's go. What the fuck? I'm scared. What was the gold? Oh my god, it's fucking Rust again. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, you needed to reset your 50-50? I got you, babe. Oh my god, that's so nice of you, Tegnari, to reset my 50-50 for me. That's so cool and hot of you. Tegnari, yeah. Alright. Off to a weird start. Let's go. Okay. Because, I'm sorry, what pity was that? Obviously, it's not going to count. Okay. That was at 6. So that was at less than 16 pity. Baby boy reset as much as he could. Okay, well, thanks. Thanks, Sayonari. That was really nice of you. I really appreciate that. All right. What do we got? Kale! For sure. Let's go. All right. That is 20. 30. Yeah! Oh my goodness, her splash art is so cute! Look at her! Oh, I love her so much. Okay. Oh my god, Toma, hey. Wait, Toma! You're not even on this banner! I'm just like, oh, hi, babe. And then I'm like, wait, where did you come from? All right, that's cool. I mean, I have C6 beta, so I'm not going to complain if I don't pull her at all, you know? But like, 40. Oh, all right. We are going to pull beta. 50. Have I already lost count? Possibly. I think I think this is the fifth one. Oh, Charlotte again. I think we just got to about we're in the 50s of pity. The 60s. Gale! Ooh. Literally need. Ugh. Confirm. Yeah, to pull, this is the last 10 pull I have. And on the last 10 pull, and got Tagnari. Oh, it's so dramatic. I love it. Oh my goodness. Hi, baby. Welcome home. Kale again. I have officially C6 Kale. And I have a lot of star glitter. Who's the Ooh. Well, while we're here, let's get Lisa. All right. So much to do. You know what? She's right. Constellation. Activate. Activate. What's this last one? When Floral Ring hits, it'll create a miniature Kalean Ion Bar that will deal 200% of Kale's attack as dendro damage. Each floral bush can only create one such. Cool. 200% of our damage would be like 32k. Or 3200. Sorry, not 32k. Yeah, no, that's good. Okay, love that. All right, Lisa. What is this for you? C5. Very nice. Lisa, why aren't you level 80? Why do I keep doing this to you? I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. Okay. Okay. So first of all, now. Probably. That sound yeah. Although no, I haven't built Nahida.
Germinating seeds break through the soil and
I
take
think
root.
Baiju is what happened. One. Okay. I cannot ascend Farina because I don't have Lake Light Lily because those are new. Okay. But I will have them after I do her trial, so. Not worried about it. And on top of that...
Oh, what a strange and wonderful feeling! I've got to write this down for my records.
Okay. Constellation. Okay. So we got those. Okay. I'm kind of like, I'm hitting the wrong button, is what I'm doing here. There. Now I have 10 of these. Let's do a standard. Okay, Beto just wants this to be about her. That's okay. Oh, wow, it even pulled Rain Slasher. Alright, anyways. Hooray. Alright. Anyways. Obtaining credit coupons. The last thing that we did was we helped that guy who said he was sick. I just got down here, maybe? Somewhere I saw a thing. Oh, okay. So there's one that is up. So we should find an elevator that goes up. Or maybe it's not an elevator. Maybe it's just nearby. Oh, yes, it's just nearby. Okay. Perfect. Young warrior, will you spar with me? This is super sudden. Whatever you say, lass with golden hair. I can tell that you're a veteran with just one look. Okay. Noted. I'm really bored because no one has been sparring with me. If you will, I'll give you coupons. I won a lot of them from, Rusamov, and I haven't figured out how to spend them yet. How about it? I love the option that's like, I'm a pacifist, fucking liar. Just what I need. Let's go. Let's rumble. Let's go somewhere spacious. As if the traveler is a pacifist, literally at all.
You are not welcome here.
Oh.
I'm going in! Water! No escape. Bombs away.
Where is he? There you are.
Pulverize!
Ha! Exhilarating! Thanks. I knew it. You're a worthy opponent. You're not bad either. That was really easy for me, but I'm gonna be nice. Seems I need to work harder. Anyway, I'm a straight shooter like you. Here are your coupons. Let's do this again sometime. Absolutely, Nizami. I loved that. Okay. Back to the usual place. Although there's supposed to be one more, right? Oh, wait. I went the wrong way. Wait. How do I get out? Let me out! How do I leave? Elevator. Okay. Oh, I see, I see. I don't know why I thought there was, like, just a door, but... Alright. Up we go. That's it. It is 9 o'clock. Well, 9:09. There's a door and hallway to the elevator. Yeah. Now, I thought I saw 3 things. So... Seriously? Just for doing one quest, you're gonna... Really? Or... Oh, I see. That would just count as, like, 1. Okay. Got it. Unless that one... Oh, wait, no. There it is. It's up. But up where? Okay. All right. Parkour. I know I could take the elevator, but I don't want to get distracted and end up... I might have to. Ugh. Unless I climb that pipe instead. Pipes are a little better for climbing. I'm sorry, Seashween. I come down here to practice my parkour. Isn't that Isn't that a whole thing? There we go. Prisoners gaining new skills, improving old skills. It's okay. I'm not a human. I'm a star from the sky. Okay. No, this is the other way. It's gotta be this way then. I know that other quest is here. Somewhere. Okay. No. We go in here, maybe? Hello. Your name is December. Can anyone help? Please, I'm begging. Help this poor soul. Are you alright? Oh, thank goodness. Finally, some kind people. You see... Oh, did I ever switch the category that we're streaming in? Sorry. Me all of a sudden being like, hold on. Oh, wait. Set. Game. Genshin. Impact. There's an enemy called Rocky. Beautiful. Okay, there we go. It only took me like 15 minutes to remember. We're all good. You see, it's my son's birthday tomorrow, and I'd like to send him a letter. But to get a letter sent out of the fortress, you have to queue up here, and I don't have time for that. Huh? Why not? There was a major safety incident in the production zone, so I have to get there immediately. I was hoping someone could stand in line for me, but... I know this is what I deserve, but my son is innocent. Why should he have to pay for my crimes, too? All I want is to send him a letter so he knows his father hasn't forgotten his birthday and loves him very much, but I can't even do that. Poor guy. We'll help him, won't we, Traveler? You will? I don't have much in the way of money on me right now, but I'll make sure to pay you a fair price for your trouble based on the market average. The market average? Yes, I've lined up for other people before, so I know the going rate. It's all right. Don't sweat it. We're happy to help. Thank you so much. You're great people. Oh, I forgot to ask you for your names. I'm December, and you are? Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We're adventuring buddies. Well, it's good to meet you, Paimon. Traveler, here's the letter. Just hand it to Lutz over there. Your lifesavers. Don't worry. We'll take care of it. Oh no. The rain is making my signal do signal things. December leaves in a hurry after handing over the letter. A long time passes before you and Paimon notice the short queue hasn't moved an inch. You could be here a while. Suddenly, your attention is drawn to a conversation between two people behind you. Oh, this is taking forever. And the air is so stuffy here, I can barely breathe. First time queuing here, huh, kid? Welcome to the infamous slowest queue in the Fortress of Meripede. Surprised you've never heard of it. Lutz has a tendency to slow things down by embellishing the letters as he types them out. Can't help himself. Then, of course, we have to check through them all over again to make sure we're happy with it. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my gosh, my connection is having issues. Okay, we're back in the green. We are back in the green. Are you kidding me? I'm going weak at the knees. Hang in there, buddy. If you pass out, you'll only have to start all over again tomorrow. It's happened before, you know. One guy's on his 3rd visit and still hasn't managed to send his letter. Jeez. 3rd visit? Also, jeez. Looking good on your end? That's good. Sucks to be him. You bet it does. It takes a special kind of bad luck to fail 3 times in a row. He's a legend in the Meripede queuing community. We call him Unlucky December. Queuing community. Queuing community? If you're interested, I can tell you more about him. To be honest, I'm not really in the mood. Ah, come on, cheer up. We've been hit with an ad break. I love... So, is this vastly unrelated from what we're currently doing, or will this also get us coupons for this quest? Okay, cool. I mean, one way or another. We're getting through it. It is short, though, yeah. I figured it. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be horribly long. Ugh. Of course, since the house is relatively clean right now, the few fruit flies who have found their way inside are... All the quests in the fortress are short. That's good to know. Anyways, come on, cheer up. Anyway, it all started the day before yesterday. It was sweltering hot that afternoon. I said I'm not... Whatever. Carry on. December came to me that afternoon, saying he had to line up to send a letter the following day. He asked if I could cover his shift as a porter in the coupon cafeteria. I was gonna say no because it sounded like more trouble than it was worth, but he gave me the old puppy eyes and said how he missed the chance last time because he overslept and how his son was still waiting for his letter. So I took pity on him and agreed to help him out. But guess what I saw when I got off work yesterday? I saw him looking for someone else to cover his work, and the excuse was the same. He needed to send a letter. So I went over and asked him what happened. He said he'd learned from his mistakes and woke up early to queue up, but he still didn't manage to send the letter due to unforeseen complications. Don't tell me. He joined the wrong line? No, but that's almost as funny as what actually happened. He skipped breakfast to get in line early, but by the afternoon, he was running on empty and started to lose it. He tried to push through, but suddenly everything went black, and there was a loud thud. He was out cold, and by the time he regained consciousness, they were closed for the day. What a loser. Wait, did I? I don't think I had anything to eat either. Crumbs. Now my stomach's starting to growl. Did they say Mr. December? Paimon doesn't realize what we'd lined up for. Good thing we always have food with us for emergencies. And because you're always hungry. Nothing's more important in life than a full stomach. Queuing for a long time gets tedious and tiring. You start to forget your purpose here. Only the occasional background noise and chatter serves to remind you that, despite how it feels, time is indeed moving. I'm feeling lightheaded. Man, I hope I don't have to do this all over again tomorrow. Eat this. You need something in your stomach. Next time, remember to bring food and water when you go into a long queue. Thanks. But it's crazy that you're talking about this queue like it's a marathon. Listen up, maggot. This is the most brutal, godforsaken slice of hell in the whole fortress of Meripede. It makes the pancreation look like a walk in the park. But it's just... Every queuer worth their salt knows to plan properly before committing to join the line. Some people even bring a stool for breaks, and some of the more hardcore folks have even been known to camp outside the entrance the night before. But it's just a queue. This is no ordinary queue, rookie. This is war. Everyone is expected to give 110%. Even Unlucky December has multiple contingency plans. Sadly, the best laid plans are no match for fate. On my way back from the production zone earlier, I saw him leaving the line and heading in the direction of the coupon cafeteria. So I asked him, hey, aren't you supposed to be in the queue? And do you know what his answer was? He'd gotten so fixated on queuing that he forgot the most important thing of all. He didn't bring his letter with him, so he had to leave and come back. I really have to meet this guy. Sounds like quite the character.
What? He forgot his letter. Man, the summer's luck really is terrible.
Wait, then what did he give us? Didn't he give us his letter?
Right. He handed it right to us. I'm just getting pretty confused.
Let's take a peek at it. To my love, my dearest Monsieur Neuvillette. I know not how many days and nights have passed since our previous trial. My dreams have been filled with longing for your face, so kind, so handsome. It excites me, agitates me, to know that I shall be leaving this place and that I shall see you once more. As I said, I will do anything to see you again, and I can wait no longer, indeed, not one moment more, for you to castigate me, your humble defendant. And this time, I promise, I swear, you will remember my name. Your admirer, White Lily. None of this information adds up.
It's almost our turn, traveler. Shall we hand in the letter?
As your torturous ordeal approaches the end, you reassure yourself that this has all been worth it. But your questions remain unanswered. A chapter has closed, but the story continues. It's me. Oh, I made it just in time.
Why are you so out of breath?
I just finished up at the abandoned production zone and ran all the way here. So it's done? The letter's been sent? Great. Dude, it was kind of a secret admirer / stalker letter to Neuvillette. Oh, so that's the name she gave herself. Alright, to tell you the truth, a young woman asked me to send this letter for her. She looked really sick to me, and so I agreed. I didn't even take a single mora. I'm paying for your compensation out of my own pocket. Huh? She's something. I guess I must have grabbed the wrong letter on my way out. Ugh. The birthday letter will never get there in time now.
Wait, really? So you finally got your letter posted, but it was the wrong one?
You're really living up to your nickname, December. Fate is a cruel mistress. I'd love to stay and chat, but I gotta rush home and get the letter now. I hope there's still time. Here's your compensation. Pleasure queuing business with you now. To post that blasted letter to my son. See you.
Why do you have to leave? Paimon still has a ton of questions for him. Never mind, at least we got some coupons. Huh? Is this all? It's not even worth one meal's worth.
I guess we're going hungry tonight. Paimon's so hungry. Hello. Wow, we sure are popular. Let's be direct, shall we? All right. I'm hoping you'll join us in launching a protest against Estina. Huh? Since you're taking part in the game as well, I think you'll understand my position. The rules should be more open and transparent. What's the catch? The competition should restart with the new rules in place. Oh my god. Collect coupons. Those are the rules. Get coupons.
What? Wouldn't that make all the hard work
we've done so far be for nothing? What's so crazy about that? It happens all the time in academia. You realize that there's an error in your thesis or methodology, and it completely invalidates the conclusion that you arrived at after years of research. Bro, this is a little game. Yeah. Pretty sure that's nothing like this. Please. Maybe for the next time, just play it as it is this time. Indeed. Iterating and improving the rules will take time. We may not be able to get them implemented until the next game is held. No, I need this game to be fair. To me, delayed fairness is a pointless loss. I've already lost so much time because of this. Paimon thinks you have the right idea, but this isn't a decision that can be made by just us, right? Maybe you should go ask the others as well. Estina will only change the subject, and as for Rave, you kids had better keep your guard up around him. Us kids. That kind of grinds Paimon's gears, but maybe that really is how other people see us. Anyway, thanks for the tip, but Paimon's not sure we can help you. Fine, I anticipated as much. Then I'll leave you to it. Good luck out there. My luck hasn't exactly been great, but I won't be throwing in the towel that easily. Okay. Paimon also hopes that your luck improves. What's the guard doing here? Just who I was looking for. Did something happen? The investigation is ongoing, so I can't disclose any specifics to you. However, I'd like you to answer a few of my questions. As you probably know, the missing records need to be recreated. This isn't necessarily bad news for him, but without those records, he won't be able to leave this place even if he has legally redeemed himself. As such, I hope you can answer my questions honestly. Do you know when Caterpillar arrived in the Fortress of Meripede? He just said that he came here a long time ago, so we don't know when exactly. Then I don't suppose you know the specifics of his sentence or crime? No. Do you know anything about this master he mentioned earlier? Paimon doesn't remember Caterpillar mentioning him before. Have either of you observed anything peculiar when speaking to him? No. I mean, yeah, for sure. Lots of things, but not that I'm going to tell you. Think I'm going to talk to a cop? Not so far. Okay, then. That's enough questions for today. It doesn't seem like you know very much, but if you do notice anything strange, make sure to report it at once. It's for your own good. I'm not that worried about it. It's so true. It is always.
Looks like we don't know much about Caterpillar after all, but if he doesn't want to talk about his crime or sentence or anything like that, Paimon thinks we better not press him.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about that. Worried about some other things, but not really that. And by worried, I just mean curious.
Well, he didn't ask much about our past either. But whatever the case, he's doing a good deed now, isn't he? Lenore seems to trust him as well, so he's probably not a bad guy, at least for now, right?
Never go wrong with a little caution.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Miss Traveler, Miss Paimon, you're both so fast. I got carried away talking to Miss Gavanna. She even gave me some candy. She said they're made from a fruit that grows on the trees in a desert oasis. I asked her what kind of place a desert oasis might be, and she said it's a little body of water surrounded by a vast sea of sand. Doesn't that sound just like the fortress? Except, you know, the opposite, since this place is surrounded by water. Once you leave this place, maybe you'll get to go there and see it for yourself. That reminds me, after all the hard work we've done, we must have advanced by now, right?
Speaking of that, I asked Estina, and here's where things stand.
Ugh. You mean we basically haven't advanced at all? How could that be?
Guess the competition's been hard at work, too. Indeed. Rave has some contacts, and the researcher and detective's assistant will have their own ways.
Surely this isn't the time to be singing our rival's praises. Is there really nothing we can do? We're definitely gonna lose at this rate.
We're gonna lose? But if we lose, we can all stay here in the fortress, right? We've talked about this before, Lenore. If we stay here, we'll have to worry each day about being taken away by evil sorcerers.
Oh, then I guess it would be better to leave. But Miss Paimon said we're definitely gonna lose. We're not gonna lose. The game's not over yet. There's still enough time.
We're gonna win this. And if we don't win this time, there's always next time.
Don't be such a wet blanket. Have some faith. We can definitely win this time.
I don't know, dude. There isn't much time left until the deadline Estina set. Let's just meet at the message board in the administrative area next time.
Oh, there isn't much time left until the final results are announced.
Paimon has a feeling she's gonna toss and turn in bed tonight.
You can tell me in secret if you feel scared, Miss Paimon.
Ugh, seriously?
A kid like you worried about Paimon? Paimon won't get scared. You're the one who should be. Paimon hopes you'll have sweet dreams. Don't worry, I have lots of nice ones. In fact, I wish I could give some of them to the two of you.
This kid is so sweet.
The candy Miss Galvani gave me is so sweet. Remember to brush your teeth before bed. Okay, I will. Let's rest. It's my turn to tell a story. I've heard enough stories to tell one of my own. Alright, you can be the storyteller this time. Okay, my story will also begin in the giant's garden. Long, long ago, in a garden full of purple flowers, there lived a prince, a princess, and a brave hero. Oh, and the ruler of the garden, a giant with a nasty temper. What the witch wanted more than anything was some of the purple flowers, but the mean giant treasured them so much that he wouldn't let anyone pick even a single one. Kind-hearted Mr. Giant, the witch asked, I am in need of the little purple flowers from your garden. You already have so many. Could you please share just one with me? But the mean giant refused. Every flower in my garden belongs to me. I won't share them with any. Kind-hearted Mr. Giant, the witch continued, please hear my tale. I traveled here from a fountain in a far-off, distant land. An oceanid there has fallen ill, and the scent of those purple flowers brings her comfort. If you could give me just one of them, perhaps her condition will improve. But the giant, who didn't have an ounce of compassion in his heart, callously refused the witch's request. What did an oceanid in a faraway land have to do with him? Then, the witch asked, is there anything I can do for you? I know many magic spells, and I could use magic to help you with someone in exchange. Will you agree to my request, kind-hearted Mr. Giant? The giant thought it over, then said that he had lost something very important to him. If the witch could use her magic to help him find it... So they made a deal? Yep. In the end, the witch's friend recovered and the giant found what he had lost. Isn't that a better story? At least in this story, everyone gets a happy ending. Alright, the game will be over soon. Paimon wonders if there are ways to get tons of coupons in one go. Maybe. Oh, look, a researcher. You two, please, wait. I hear you're people of leisure who never turn down a request. Uh-huh. Actually, a girl in a purple dress asked me to take care of you. But I was thinking, since you accept any and all requests, you must be very capable, so I'd never need to take care of you. Indeed, it would be more accurate to say that you two can take care of me. Okay, but you don't get a discount. I know the rules, don't worry. Regardless of the outcome, I will compensate you according to market rates. But Mora is useless here, so I'll pay with coupons. We'll be compensated no matter what happens? Really? Absolutely and totally correct. Our task is just that difficult, you see. It's Nizami's fault for being great with his fists and using them where they shouldn't have been used. Oh, we are still struggling. I have lost 1 bar of Wi-Fi. Oh, what rain. Oh, what rain will do. I'll be staying here for a while longer, so I need a place to pursue my studies. It's best if it has a bookshelf, a table, chairs, and a board to write on and stick materials to. I'm sure you know exactly what place I'm talking about, but it's simply not available and there's no point asking. But I believe that a room on the opposite side has the same internal structure and should be usable. It's a really strange place. It seems to be occupied by someone who rarely entertains visitors. I've never seen the person, nor ever seen the doors open. So I appointed Nizami as my representative. He was always reliable during the time I employed him as a bodyguard. However, he got into a disagreement with the occupant and negotiations broke down. That's good. Maybe communications and negotiations have never been his strong suit. Indeed. It didn't even look like a negotiation. He just hammered on the door with his fist, standing outside and shouting. It was truly a shocking moment for me. Well, that doesn't sound like a negotiation at all. As such, I'd like to ask you to act as my representative and negotiate with the occupant to rent out the space he is currently occupying. I expect the price to be a maximum of 54,000 coupons. You may not succeed, and that's fine. At least give it a try. I'm counting on you. All right. Ugh, I'm almost out of tea. According to Nakul, non-Platanians seem to be discriminated against. Will he ignore us as well? Is there a better way to go about this? Well. Oh, we have a friendship bar to work with. Who is it? Fascinating. We have a nameless traveler, an adventurer crossing all the nations of the world. Ask not for my identity, nor inquire as to my origins. I am Melusine. Those are our choices. I mean, the first option is just the truth. Should we just go with the truth? Okay. I guess we're just gonna go for the truth. Since when did this place become a scenic attraction? Stop playing around. Don't forget what we're here for. We were asked to discuss something with you. Well, we were hired to ask about renting this room of yours. Of course, the client will be happy to pay you in coupons. Something similar happened a while ago. That client of yours really refuses to give up, huh? You were sent here by the guy with the really funky way of talking, right? Oh! Forget it. Out of respect for his perseverance, tell me his offer. Yes! Looks like we've still got some room for communication. Nicole told us his expectation for the price. If we're making the offer, should we reveal his budget from the get-go, or should we try to get a bargain? I don't like haggling. I feel like we should just tell him. Like, let's just be honest. I don't know. I don't feel like this is a good haggling situation. Alright, Paimon's telling it like it is. The client's budget is 54,000 coupons. Paimon thinks it's a good deal. Only 54,000. That's just 10% higher than when he had that psycho hammer on my door. What a miser. Only? Paimon thinks it's a lot. You know nothing. Haven't you heard of Carranza? He's much more generous. He offered me 108,000. Really? That much? I think you're lying. Of course. Do I look like a liar to you? I can't see you. You didn't sound very confident. Maybe he made it all up to trick us. What's our negotiation now? Since he's trying to play us, let's play him instead. Oh, Paimon didn't expect we'd be up against a strong competitor. Alright. Let's go. We'll tell Nicole his offer was way too low to even be considered. In the meantime, good luck with imaginary guy. Huh? You're leaving already? Hey, are you still out there? Hey, don't go. Come back real quick, please. We could hear you shouting from all the way over there. What is it? Do you want us to get Carranza for you? Oh, no. How could I trouble you like that? It's no trouble at all, and it's even on the way, right? Something like that would be a piece of cake. I am out of tea. Okay. An ad has hit. So, this is just some guy. Very interesting to have to be shouting at him through the door. Oh my gosh. My connection is struggling real bad. Like, even if it's not causing super bad problems for stream, which I'm glad it's not, but like, it's it's making me nervous. I'm surprised we haven't disconnected at all, which, like, knock on wood and all of that, but huh. Alright, anyways. It's no trouble at all, and it's even on the way, right, traveler? Something like that would be a piece of cake. You've got a real mean streak, don't you? Anyway, let's get down to business. Is your previous offer still valid? For now, but not for long. Alright, I'll take it. But tell your client he has to come speak to me himself. Alright, let's head back and pass the news on. Easy peasy, I think. I hope. Hiccups. We're back. So here's what happened. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, I always keep my word, so here's the compensation we agreed upon earlier. Ugh, now what am I going to do? You're going to have to speak to him.
Hi! Welcome on in. Okay. Trying to see if we... I'm not seeing any quests pop up. The loudspeaker is loudspeakering. What's going up? I do want help, yes. Simply because we got a late start. I would appreciate it. I'm also very nervous of accidentally somehow starting the, did I make the robots? Okay, so the production zone area thing. All right.
Work just never seems to end.
Hey, John. Welcome on in. I think I have circled this place. She's up, like, up one level. Hold on. Yeah, to the actual production zone. I don't... Okay, this isn't the elevator that we took down, so that means... Okay. I don't have the patience to climb if I don't have to. This is going way too far up. The last set. Okay, so why does that go? Hold on. That's... No, this is the dorms. Okay, no, this is the production level. Okay. No, this is still somehow the lower level. I'm going crazy. It's fine. What do I climb? The shape of this room does not look very climbable. Just because of the way that the, like, lip. Yeah. Just gonna climb up this big centerpiece for a moment, and then... Yeah, I also have no clue how else to get up here. Huh. Now to... Oh, here. Huh? Why is it not listening to instructions? Ah, it's not the time for that right now. Okay. Is it this person? This is... I mean, it did just switch to that. But I don't know. Okay. Yes, okay. Huh? What's a camera doing here? Where there's news, there's cameras. Have you ever heard that before? Maybe. Charlotte might have said it once. But I just made that up, so where did you hear that? Well, there really isn't anything new under the sun anyway. No matter what I say or write, it has always been a parody of others. It's all derivative. The camera is here, so where's the news? Well, news is like fishing. It requires patience and making the right judgment at the right time. That's how you hook a really big fish. I mean, that's how you hook a scoop? Wait, that doesn't sound... forget it. Are you new to this, sweetie? I'm an amateur journalist. Yup.
Anyway, what's an amateur journalist like yourself doing here? I'm here to complete the project assigned to me, to capture the most vivid moments of the Fortress of Meripede guards at work with my camera. But I spent too much time completing the required compliance documents. Just take a look, you'll understand. Nellie takes out a stack of documents and are all packed with various contractual clauses and signatures. Just looking at them makes you feel dizzy. By the time I completed all the procedural paperwork, I missed the guards at work during their shift. Or in fishing terms, there aren't any fish in the water right now. Huh? But there are guards on duty here right now. But I want to hook a platinum collection. I didn't think an initial configuration or water body cleaner has enough impact. That way, even if I complete my project, other photographers might not think it worthy of praise. You cannot be picky unless you want to return empty-handed. You're right. I need to come to terms with my own limited abilities and stop trying to catch fish that are beyond me. I'm such a useless angler. Or amateur journalist. Honey, I think you've lost yourself in your metaphor. All right, no more wallowing in self-pity. Time to cheer up. If it's all right with you, could you do me a small favor? Please? I'll pay you. Whoa, that was fast. Well, it depends on the favor. Why don't you tell us what it is first? That guard over there, Granville, based on my judgment, his news value among guards is equivalent to that of a situation controller among maintenance mechs. I should be able to write a good report with him as my subject, or keep myself from getting criticized at least. But he just refuses to come over here, so could you please bring him to a suitable spot for me to take a snapshot? Why don't you just explain it to him yourself to get him to come that way? Or take your camera to him? The view is better here. And if he sees the camera, I'm sure he'll focus on it and leave me with nothing but a bunch of stiff poses to work with. Let me think. It's best if we turn off the loudspeaker, report it to Granville as a malfunction, and ask him to come have a look. Then I'll definitely be able to capture a vivid moment of a Fortress of Meripede guard at work. My project's completion depends on this. I'm counting on you, so please help me. It doesn't sound difficult. Maybe we should help her out. All right. Now go ahead and turn off the loudspeaker. Next, we report to Granville and tell him that there's something wrong with the loudspeaker, right? Guess so. I'm sure he'll never be able to deduce what happened literally right in his peripheral. Hi, we found a loudspeaker that seems to be malfunctioning. It's over there. Again? I just got Cleanest to repair it. Looks like he's not even as good at fixing things as I am. All you gotta do is give machines a good couple of smacks, right? Anyway, thanks. I'll go have a look. Thanks for your help. All right. Hooray! It worked! Isn't her camera kind of facing the wrong? Alright. I finally completed my project. I'm a journalist in my own right now. Thank you. You must have snapped a really excellent picture. Yes, take a look at this.
You really captured you really captured the motion. You know, it was a really good action shot.
Paimon might get dizzy if she looks at it any longer. Will it really be okay to just use this one? What's wrong with it? I think it's a great shot. I'm sure no one would have expected me to snap a shot like this one. They'll all be so surprised. Paimon really doesn't get your standards for artistic critique. Oh, it's called symbolic meaning over substance. I'm sure all experienced photographers will understand once I submit it. Anyway, thank you. This is for you. It would be great if we could chat at a fishing spot next time.
Uh-huh.
Caterpillar said to meet at the board,
So let's go to the administrative area. We're just gonna... Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. I am gonna run to the bathroom, refill my tea, and then we will finish this quest. And hopefully find more information. um yeah. I will be right back. I love the Fortress of Meripede. I can't navigate it worth shit, but it's a nice time down here. And I love the music. Like the background music in the fortress is so much fun. But okay, yeah, I will be right back. Hello. The ad has ended. We are back. Anyways, let us continue.
Strange. Caterpillar and Lenore aren't here yet.
Why bother coming when you know you're going to lose? I wouldn't be so certain of that.
That's right. You're only ahead of us by a little.
A little? Can the results be announced now, Estina? Actually, no. Let's wait a little. After all, the best must be saved for last. Look at that smug little face. Looks like we don't have to wait long. Here they come.
Miss Traveler, Miss Paimon, have you seen the results yet? Did we win? We don't know yet.
Well, seems everyone's here. Would you announce the results now, Estina? Of course. Oh, but the results on Caterpillar's end still need to be calculated. My, what a cruel guard, toying with us from start to finish like that. Why don't you wring out every last bit of mercy in your heart and let them know that the gap between us is too wide to cross? Stop torturing us with false hope. Oh, shut up, dude. These aren't the final results, but...
We should be able to win once we add the coupons that Carter got today, right? Hold on. Why have Genevieve's team's points been cleared out?
I was against it, but this was the more logical approach with respect to the results. What's that supposed to... Whoa!
Rave's team has so many points.
He doesn't need the chance to leave, and we don't need to place first.
You mean you gave all your coupons to Rave? Isn't that against the rules?
There's no rule forbidding it. I was originally in favor of amending the rules to ensure fair play, but no one else was in support of that. Indeed, there isn't a rule forbidding that. The competition would have been far more exciting if everyone could have fully used the rules to their advantage. More exciting for you, maybe. Rules don't mean a thing in a game as boring as this one. At the end of the day, it's a question of upholding one's honor. Please tell me what is honorable about this. Alright, now that the scores have been announced, isn't it time for the final results? Our points from today haven't been added yet. A drop in the ocean. Now that everything's been added, here's what the results look like. What the hell happened?
Yes! Miss Traveler, Miss Paimon, look! We won!
What? That's impossible. What did you do?
Whoa, this many? Paimon's lost count.
Huh. It's a trick even simpler than magic. I used the coupons I'd saved up in the past to hire a bunch of people to help me work. What we now have is the product of their work this whole time, and I believe this falls within the rules too. Even if it does, that's an insane amount. I also have my reasons for needing to win, and I'd even gotten help from my two friends. It would be a real shame if we lost now. So this was not about honor. Obviously not. Final result time. Since everything's been tallied, it's time to announce the final results. The winners are Caterpillar, Miss Traveler, and Miss Paimon. No objections, I take it? There's nothing I can say, except that it looks like I picked a fight with the wrong opponent. I ended up here last time for striking someone in anger. I won't make the same mistake this time. Alright. Get some good rest, and I will definitely enjoy the final leg of the quest. Or what I think is the final leg, at least. Oh, you'll pay the price for the choices you made. Dude, you don't scare me. Well, Paimon didn't expect to hear someone actually say that. It's kind of cliche if you ask me. We'll see about that. You'll see. You'll all see. Is everyone ready? If so, let's set off now. Let's do this before Noelis gets back. I hope he can understand that his thinking isn't wrong, but it's just not suited for a place like this. You're ready, aren't you, Lenore? Uh-huh. I've already said goodbye to everyone. We're also ready to get going whenever. Alright, just keep quiet for a while. I've made some arrangements in advance, so we shouldn't run into any problems. Hooray. Loading screens. Where are we? Oh, I see. Oh, you know what? I haven't even looked at where stuff was added. Ooh. Oh, wow. Okay. So, like, this whole side. Got it. Oh, look. Another quest chain. Okay. Ah! Okay. Frame rate, please. Natural wind feels better, doesn't it? We might have the fans down there, but most of the air feels kind of stale. The fans in the pancreation ring are just like Noelis. They're needed there, but when their blades spin, they bring the same misery to everyone, no matter who they are. I think you know what I'm talking about. Not at all, to be honest, but... Alright. Traveler, Miss Paimon, do you see any walls? I don't see a wall anywhere around here. There are no walls here. Then are the walls somewhere really far away? Cater told me once that if they're too far away to see with your eyes, they'll look like the horizon. Miss Traveler, Miss Paimon, where are we? I love the answer of, by the water. We're on the continent of Tevat. The continent of Tevat. Is it just like the fortress of Meripede? I can't see its walls anywhere. That must make it a really big fortress, right? That thing up in the sky must be the moon, right? If it were the sun, it would probably hurt my eyes like the evil sorcerer's magic. All around me are things I've never seen before, and things I've only seen in books. Traveler, Miss Paimon, let's go on another adventure. Cater was right. Adventuring outside is way more fun than in the Meripede. The outside world is vast. I really envy the two of you. Lenore, let's discuss adventuring later. We should really find your family first. Well.
Freeze, all of you. Where do you think you're going? And what's with that little girl? The evil sorcerer found us. What business is it of yours? Weren't you on leave? Patrolling with a Gardamek in your off hours won't get you promoted, you know. I came back as soon as I received the report. Have you gotten yourself mixed up with them? You're making a grave mistake, Asina. Actually, I think you'll find I'm rectifying a mistake and saving everyone a lot of paperwork. Miss Munglain might even invite me to dinner as thanks. No, they're criminals. Even if the papers with their serial numbers on them are missing, they're still criminals. Hello? Baby child. Is this little girl a criminal? Are you out of your damn mind? I'm perfectly sane. Anyone can be a criminal, and little girls are no exception. You sound unhinged, my dude. This guy is scary. Whatever other plans you may have had, I must now escort you back to the fortress of Maripede. No. No. You don't have a choice in the matter. You must comply with the rules and accept your punishment. My good sir. Make me. Then there's no way out of this? I see quite a few ways, actually. If a few Gardameks get scrapped in the process, well, that's what happens when people break the rules. You mean... It would seem you have no intention of repenting. Then you leave me no choice. Gardameks show no mercy to the recalcitrant criminals. I have no idea what that word is, so...
Now you shall perish. All hail.
I'm loving the negative frame rate.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork. Go. Shine down.
You really think it's over? Yeah.
Torn to oblivion.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about it.
There is no escape. Bombs away. Blaze over. Everybody stand back. Go.
This isn't over yet. Accept your punishment. No. And you know what? You can't make me either. Oh, Caterpillar says he's coming to help, apparently. I have to say, I'm with Paimon. How does he plan to help? Oh, I knew it! I don't know what it is that I knew, but I knew!
Shine down.
Well, I mean, I did point out when we started this that his arms reminded me of Hilly Churls because I had drawn one very recently.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
It's such a burden to be so right about everything all the time.
There is no escape.
Does she? I haven't looked at her super close.
Shine down. Now you shall perish.
Or at least not her arms.
Illusion shattered. Bombs away.
I'll have to look at her.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Good heavens! I'm your colleague. You're not thinking of taking me in too, are you? Since you've thrown your lot in with them, you deserve the same punishment. Cater, Miss Traveler, Miss Paimon. Gardamex simply gets scrapped, but you, even if you are monsters, you can still feel pain, right? Is this Hilichurl really Caterpillar? Paimon can't wrap her head around this. I have my thoughts. Miss Paimon, how do you not recognize him? That's Cater. Meanwhile, Lenora's like, I literally told you guys when we first met that he's taller than the Traveler. I'm a monster in human skin. A monster. I never imagined such a monster even existed in the fortress. A Hilichurl that can talk. Who would have thought? All Hilichurls talk, they just speak in a different language. Don't be a dingus. How did you manage to pull the wool over everyone's eyes? What sorcery could allow a mindless creature to worm its way into our midst like a... Oh my god, all Hilichurls used to be humans. You piece of shit. Why haven't you run away yet? Are you pretending to be human? Of course, I will catch you, even if you do run. A dangerous monster like... Bro, shut up! I'm guilty, but she hasn't done anything wrong. She shouldn't be here. You won't find her name on any sentencing documents. She is innocent. She only ended up in the fortress due to a few mishaps. I'll return to the fortress with you, but have Estina take her back home. Hater. The monster actually wants to make a deal with me. I do indeed. Let her go home. As far as the fortress of Meripede is concerned, she never existed in the first place. Her absence will not be felt. But catching a monster like me should be a big deal, no? Fontaine hasn't seen a monster like me for several centuries now. Literally. If you pass up on this opportunity, I'll put my human skin back and slip away into the crowd. You'll never get a chance like this again. You're right. I've never seen her in the fortress before. She's completely irrelevant. Oh, right. I just remembered that Caterpillar can, you know, work his verbal magic. But you're too dangerous. I can't risk letting an evil monster like you get away. Homie, you have no mental fortitude. We have a deal. You return to the fortress of Meripede, and the girl can leave. It would achieve your goal. Might as well take it. The guilty will return to where they should be, and Lenore returns to her family's side. Everything on the right track, as it should be. He is someone who follows the rules. This is also in accordance with the rules. Enough, monster. You're all coming back to the fortress of Meripede with me, the girl included. What? Who would actually make a deal with a monster? Could anyone be sure that the words coming out of his mouth aren't some beguiling incantation to stunt human wisdom? I mean, they kind of are. I won't be fooled again, so I've decided to play by my own rules. Your documents are missing, then you'll stay in the Fortress of Meripede for the rest of your lives. Oh yeah? Well, you'll... If you want to emphasize that in your written appeal, be my guest. But until then, you don't have a choice. Listen, what is stopping me from stabbing you? Other than the goodness of my heart. Welcome back. Noelle has filled appeal forms out for you already, but you should stay out of trouble until a final decision has been made. More specifically, don't rile him up. I thought I was getting a coworker who knew what he's doing, so I could be less stressed. But I've only gotten busier since he's arrived. I really want to take a vacation in Natlan. Hey, what a coincidence. That's where I'm heading next to. What happened to them? They're being kept under strict watch now. If you don't want the same treatment, then follow the rules. Let's go see how they're doing. Whoop. Wrong button. Hey, Darcy.
Always at your service.
It's you! Indeed, it's me. Well, this would probably call it atoning for my sins, but I've got seniority, so he doesn't get to order me around. Then what are you doing here? Atoning for my sins, what else? Why does Paimon get the feeling you aren't the least bit surprised? Did you already know about Caterpillar's, do you know his true identity? I only knew that he'd been here a long time. Longer than any of us. Like, maybe about 400 years? As for the rest, is it really important? He looks like a human, and he talks like one. What can I say? I like chatting with him. Maybe appearances matter more to me than what's inside. I think that you literally just said the opposite. In any case, if you're looking for Caterpillar, he's inside. What about Lenore? Is she in there with him? She was taken to go fill in some registration forms, but don't worry, she'll be back soon. Okay, then let's ask Caterpillar just what's going on with him.
I'm sorry for dragging you two into this. My plan was to get Lenore home to her family and then return on my own, but it looks like that plan was a complete failure. Bro, I have a lot of questions for you. I imagine so. You really are a caterpillar, right? I am. Then, you're a hilly troll? I am. But aren't hilly trolls all, kinda dumb? And you looked just like a regular kid before. Paimon doesn't know what's real anymore. You said that you looked like this because you got sick, after all, and everyone has said things everyone has things they'd rather not tell anyone. You're also so good to Lenore, and she trusts you. But you're not a human at all if you're a hilly troll. Paimon, what is this, our first day? All hilly trolls used to be humans. We already know this. Have you been paying attention for the last 2.5 years? 3.5? 3 years? Okay, 2.5 years. 3 years. For the past 3 years, have you been paying attention? I can do math. It's okay. Then you can't trust me. Oh. I want answers to the question Noelis asked before. I'll answer all your questions truthfully. When did you come to the fortress? Over 400 years ago. $400 ago? When you said you'd been here for a long time, Paimon thought you'd meant like 3 to 5 years. The 400 is like several generations, isn't it? Oh, right. You're a hilly troll. What was your crime? If you're interested in history, I was a member of the Narcissan Cruz Ordo. I was found guilty of being an accessory to the Master's scheme. If you've ever wondered what it's like to be right about everything all the time. We've heard of that before. I'm surprised anyone still remembers it. Yeah, we've met Anne, and Marianne, and Seymour. And probably you. Or at least your hydro mimic version. The prophecy of the apocalypse. Oh man, an ad has hit. Okay. See, the thing about the quest line, or all the quest lines with the Narcissan Cruz Ordo, is that I have not been particularly stressed. Like, I've been definitely excited for the next part, but I haven't felt like I've been left with a bazillion questions. I've just been left with a bazillion theories. I'm like, I can't wait to find out if I'm right or wrong. You know? Well, I meant his hydro mimic, and oh god, I haven't explained my theory about the entire thing in Anne's story, have I? That that is a whole thing. That is a whole thing that I don't want to get into in full because it's not confirmed. And I'll be really annoyed if I'm not right. Yeah. I forgot that that was just a theoretical thing. I forgot that it was not confirmed because it's been in my head for, a month and a half. Anyway. The prophecy of the apocalypse. My master believed that he could stop this future destruction from coming to pass. We did much to prepare for this. It was a powerful magic, and also an evil plan. So that's like Jacob drinking Elenis's blood and turning into an abyss lector. But perhaps none of that is important now. The plan failed, and the Narcissan Crew's Ordo essentially ceased to exist. Whether Fontaine is destroyed or not, no longer has anything to do with me. So who was this master you just spoke of? Narcissan Cruz, a powerful mage. He taught me human speech and granted me memory, intelligence. Was there really someone who could do something like that? But your appearance aside, you really do seem like an ordinary human. Though many details of the past have faded into memory, I remember this very well. This was a very, very long time ago. I couldn't change how I appeared to others at will. Many humans, some in finery, others in rags, some with curiosity, others with disdain, would all ask similar questions. Can hilly trolls really talk? Are hilly trolls really capable of intelligence? My master raised the holy blade of Narcissan Cruz high. It was a ceremonial sword, so the blade wasn't sharp, but it still glistened in the sunlight. Behold, he said, even a hideous monster such as this can attain wisdom and redemption through my power as the incarnation of Narcissan Cruz. I was one of his creations, and as a testament to Narcissan Cruz's power, I once wielded a blade for the Ordo. But the sacred sword evidently couldn't save my master from a fate of failure and ruin. And the mystical, magical weapon no longer exists. And there will be no more monsters in human skin like me. Why do you want to help Lenore? Because of compassion? Humanity might be unattainable for me, but I can at the very least imitate it. Just like how I learned to change how I appear to others. Paimon doesn't get it. Traveler, Paimon, you both innately possess kindness and benevolence. Because of this, you don't need to think twice about helping others. You simply do. If you look at their outcomes alone, plenty of actions are indistinguishable from each other. We all agree that Lenore shouldn't stay in the fortress, and that she should return to her family, so we chose to help her. Your actions came from an innate benevolence that doesn't require excessive consideration or calculation. For me, however, it is because by doing so, I will be more like a human. Funny, isn't it? I'll never truly become human, yet I can't stop mimicking human behavior. It's like atonement. As far as human law is concerned, I've long since atoned for my sins, but a human, what would a true human do? They would never forgive themselves for the mistakes they made and the harm they caused and the people or things they failed to save. So, my sins can never be absolved, and I will forever be my own prisoner. What do you plan to do next? I'll bring Lenore to her family. Huh? But forget about getting out of this fortress. We can't even get past the door. I made a promise to her, so I have to fulfill it. she shouldn't stay here any longer, especially not by my side. The geode mine shaft. It's a dangerous route, but it's feasible.
The geode mine shaft? That's right. Cleena said that there's an opening there that leads outside. So the guards asked him to install a locking mechanism like the one at the Rift of Erosion.
He also said something about having prepared a surprise.
Yikes. There's no way that was anything good. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to go from there? Paimon seems to remember that the research terminal there has to be operated by 2 people at the same time. And Lenore's so small, Paimon doesn't think she'll be able to operate it.
I do innately possess kindness, after all. Yeah. I do have a few more questions about the Ordo as well. I think there are places better suited to discussing the history of the Ordo. Somewhere that isn't the fortress, for example.
Then we'll just have to wait until Lenore is reunited with her family. Before any of that, we need to think of a way out of here. And to meet back up with Lenore. Esteen will help us open the door, but there's a limit to how much he can help us.
Alright.
Should we try knocking?
Going somewhere?
Huh? You're not Esteen.
He had something to do, so he asked me to cover for him. When are people finally going to get it into their heads? I have my own work to do, too.
Then can we leave?
You can, but it's dangerous out there. How dangerous, you ask? About as dangerous as the mental state of the new guard, I'd say. He really is a lunatic. I had no idea that there were so many Gardamex on the move. Not only that, people actually approve of his methods. Not that I know how serious those people are. If you want to go, you'd better be prepared. I mean, it would be best if you didn't come back again.
But Lenore's not back yet.
I'm here.
Mr. Malpoil just brought me back.
I might. But I also might not want to. Simply out of... It's been sitting in my brain for a month and a half. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to explain it well. And also, I don't really want to... I don't want to open myself up to having it just, like, debated. I just want to be like, this is just what I think, you know? And that is why I don't talk to people about my theories until there's something behind it. Anyways. Then there's no time to lose. Lenore, I know we lost the last game to the evil sorcerer, but are you ready for a new challenge?
A new game? You mean a new adventure?
I'm ready.
We can't let the evil sorcerer catch us again.
Correct. Let's go. Well, this is... Damn. My plan was kind of just to jump, so... Oh my gosh. I'm literally just trying to see... Oh my gosh, it's not gonna let me... I just want to see what fucking floor I'm on. Hello? How do I use the loudspeaker? Or maybe... No, this is still... Oh, wait. What is happening? That, maybe? Oh. I see. It switches which one you're looking at. Ooh, okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay, Geode Mineshaft needs to be... Well, for you guys, it's this. But for me, it's this. Okay. Got it. Oh, there's an extra gear. Okay. I'll have to see if I can interact with that piece. Which way did I come in? I think I came in from that one. I can't see through this damn blue glow. Here we go. Oh, this is greatly annoying. Especially since I did see that and then I missed it. Okay. Spin crystal. Oh. Is this a geode mineshaft? Paimon's heard of it before, but it's a little different than she imagined. Wow, look, what pretty rocks. Are all of these gems? It's Archeum. Archeum mining operations stopped after the Fontaine research incident. Maybe we should keep our distance then? So, there really is a research terminal here. Is that a note next to it? Could Cleanus have left it here? Let's see what it says. The locking mechanism can only be opened by 2 people simultaneously. The energy storage unit has been removed from the front research terminal. The geode mineshaft has been equipped with a flying energy thief. Initializing the front research terminal with an energy storage device is not advised unless protective measures have been taken. The Flying Energy Thief is a trial product that has not undergone internal or peer review. It will pursue any entity carrying an energy storage device and disable said device. Loss of control or explosions occurring during the trial or product's operation will be considered unfortunate accidents for which the manufacturer is not liable. It is strongly advised not to leave from here. Work in the production zone is arduous, but at the very least, it is not life-threatening. Turn back now. If there is anything about the Fortress of Meripede that you are unsatisfied with, please see Miss Mongdain and fill out a survey. Is this a surprise? Cleanus was talking about? More like a shock. To activate this research terminal, we'll need a mobile energy storage device, but once we have one, we'll be chased by some kind of flying thief. Looks like we'll just have to beat it in a race. I'd like to go back and give Cleanus a beating, but, you know. Flying is faster than running. How can you give up before the race has even started? There's gonna be a race? I'll be rooting for you too. Yes, a race. Alright, let's leave the terminal to Caterpillar and Lenore. We'll take care of the rest. I'll keep watch. Be careful. Alright, let's go. Okay. It will actively pursue entities carrying storage devices. Uh-huh. Okay. There's a lot of them. I guess. Okay. Let's take a gander. Okay, I see. shoot. Oh, shoot. Okay. Did that go in? I don't know. Okay. Great. I love mazes, especially mazes with weird glowing lights. This will not mess me up at all. Wait. What is this? Mysterious ore. Great. Okay. What time is it? Okay. How do I get to it? Yeah, I'm lost simply from existing in this room. That's not going to help at all. Okay. Okay. Wait. What? Oh. Okay. Yeah, cool. Okay. I don't think that this, or at least I don't know if, because it looked like I couldn't enter this quest chain in co-op, but also I, my biggest thing is just trying not to be disoriented right now. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. We got it. Oh, the area in your world. I see what you mean. Okay. Huh? Why is it off again? Someone sent to catch us? Maybe. Should we go back and take a look then? No need to trouble yourselves, esteemed guests. You're evil, and I represent the side of justice. Dude. Even without the Gardamex, I won't let you get away. Lay down your arms and surrender. No. Literally, what is your deal, dude?
Yeah. I'm going in. Shine down. Torn to oblivion. Water jet.
Anyways, I don't think he got a single hit in. He's just a monster. Why would you help him? Why would anyone help him? Cater isn't a monster. Why would you call him that, evil sorcerer? Ever since Mother left Maripede, Cater's been really nice to me. He's never lied to me. There are other nice people here, too, but none of them are as nice as Cater. He tells me all kinds of stories and listens to mine, too. I won't let you call him a monster. Why? Justice should triumph over evil. There's no such thing as good or evil here. Estine, what are you doing here? Yeah, what are you doing here? And also, you're late. I already kicked his ass. Atoning for my sins, of course. It took me quite some time to retrieve those Gardamex he utilized without authorization. Well done, you didn't just break the rules, but also violated regulations. Now it's your turn to accept your punishment. You're coming back with me. As for you guys, if you want to leave, this is your last chance. With all the fuss he's making, who knows what will happen later. Yeah. Of course, it's also possible that nothing will happen at all. Thank you. If you really want to thank me, don't come back again. Christina's kind of a nice guy. Paimon guesses we can go now. We should be in the clear, right? Let's move on before we run into any more surprises. We're leaving Maripede again? Will we ever come back? We'll use the front door next time. Going through regular channels is safer. Well then, goodbye, Maripede. Come on. it? Almost 11:30. Okay. It's not too bad. My goal was to be done around 11:30, so that seems to be on point. Ugh. I don't like doing mazes, but it's not the worst thing in the world. That eventually it was fine. Okay. Lenora's family lives at the foot of the mountains. There's something else I want to talk about, but let's wait until later. Okay. Wait. Look, there's your real home over there. It's just like Agnes described, at the breezy foothills of the mountain upon a flowery field of grass. That's it? It's just like Mom said. Traveler, Paimon, why don't you take Lenore there? What about you? Aren't you coming with us? Dude, I think that your family would. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm just remembering one of like the shorter world quests that I think this is about to connect back to. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm feeling pretty tired, so I'll rest here for a while. I'll catch up with you later. Then I'll stay with you. Once you're all rested up, we can go together. Yeah, I did all of the world quests from 4.0, so I have done this quest. Oh my god, he never even read the letters. He never even read, and she was writing to him because, oh my god, and he has no idea. He has no idea. Miss Traveler and Miss Paimon must be tired too. It's a shame Bran and Mr. Woolsey aren't here. I kind of want to go back. Back where? Back to Maripede, of course. Going back now probably isn't a great idea. That's right. Getting out of there wasn't easy. Plus, if we go back now, Paimon thinks it would be bad news for Estina and the others. Oh, yeah. Don't you want to go back to your real home, Lenore? Look, you can see it from here. We just have to go over there and we'll have reached the end of our adventure. And speaking of which, Paimon thinks we've met your family before. Now that she thinks about it, a lot of the details add up. Earnshell's Tassus Ragout is so tasty. You're gonna love it. It's just like Agnes said. Look, Lenore, there's nothing to worry about. Go home. I know Earnshell will take care of you. Will you go with me then, Cater? After you've rested? Lenore. Everyone has somewhere they should return to. you should go back to your real home, and I have somewhere I should go to.
Then will we see each other again? At the end of the story, the characters in it all disappear.
I don't think they see each other again.
Well, I mean, Seymour and Jacob saw each other again, so, there's hope for the rest of the gang to get back together. Oh, God. Because those are really the only ones who were actually on the Ordo who have connected in canon. Because, sure, Anne has met Seymour, but she's only, like, a part of Mary Ann, She's only, like, the dream version that was dreamed so hard that she became real version of Mary Ann. So Mary Ann, who was Jacob? Jacob was the Abyss Lector who tried to wake up Elenis while we were all still inside of his corpse. He's mentioned in a lot of the, like, papers in the 4.0 quest lines. Yeah, that asshole. That fucker. The guy who, the theory bro, but, like, also an Abyss Lector who's gonna kill you. Anyways, yeah. So, Jacob and Seymour saw each other again. They were on the Ordo together, kind of, in a way. Of course we will. Your adventure is only just beginning. There's still a whole wide world out there for you to explore. This is just a temporary goodbye. We'll see each other again. Really? Really, really? I know you never lied to me before, but let me tell you a story, Lenore. Long, long ago, there was a mage's apprentice. He was a dim-witted apprentice, so it took him far more time than the others to learn the language of magic. But his teacher, who was an amazing mage, wasn't the least bit concerned. On the contrary, he heaped praise on his apprentice's progress and even entrusted him with important tasks. The apprentice never doubted his teacher's instructions. After all, he was a great mage who taught him the language of magic. The mage had a basin in his workshop. Actually, you could call it a fishbowl, and as he kept little fish in it. One day, the little fish called out to the apprentice. "Hey, you over there! Nitwit, help me out!" The apprentice was taken aback. Apart from the great mage, nobody, or no creature even, would make conversation with him like that. So this piqued his curiosity, and he asked how he could help. As it turned out, this little fish used to live in the vast and boundless sea. By being brought here, it had been separated from its family. It had tried to ask others for help, but none had responded to it. "I'd like to bring you home, but my teacher has forbidden me from going out," the apprentice said. Hearing this, the little fish swam crestfallen to the other side of the basin, saying nothing further to the apprentice. Then one day, the apprentice discovered the little fish was no longer in the basin. Who took it away? Did they bring it home? The apprentice couldn't help but wonder. Without the little fish, the basin was now completely empty. Just what sort of place is the vast and boundless sea? Before he realized it, the apprentice's thoughts had drifted to the world outside the workshop. And then what? I bet the mage's apprentice leaves the workshop. But the little fish, did it go back home? The sea, that's a place with lots and lots of water, right? Does the apprentice find it? I'll tell you the rest of the story next time. Aww. Only listening to my stories can't be that much fun. The next time we meet, if you don't want to hear my stories anymore, you could tell me some of the stories you hear from Earnshaw. I think he'll have many stories he'd like to share with you. Well, then, the next time we meet, I'll be sure to have lots and lots of amazing stories to tell you. I look forward to hearing them, too. For now, it's time for you to go home, Lenore.
This goodbye is only temporary. We'll see each other again.
Okay, then. Until next time, Cater. Miss Traveler, Miss Paimon, let's go.
All right. I want to hug him. I'm just gonna like, hi. Imagine that is me hugging you. That's not a functionality we have in this game. So just imagine it in your heart. Oh gosh. I'm about to be sad. I'm already kind of, I mean, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Because he wasn't reading the letters. Because he was being stubborn and he doesn't know. Oh, what are you kids doing here? And this young lady is, strange. She looks rather like... Together with Paimon, you describe to Earnshaw what you heard about Agnes from Caterpillar. As you speak, Lenore supplements the tale with a few childish words of her own. So that's what happened. That silly girl's already...
Mother's not in Maripede. Is she not here either?
Yeah. She didn't like it here, so she left and never returned.
Why? This place is full of things she likes. I recognized Prince, Princess, and Hero as soon as I saw them. Mom said that she was always very quick to change her mind, and she pestered her dad, Grandpa? For ages until he finally agreed to get her puppies. She really liked dressing them up, but soon she had something else she became even more fond of, so she didn't get to watch them grow up. Won't she come back? If she doesn't come back soon, I'm gonna grow up as well. So this place is gonna be my home from now on?
That's right, child. This place is your home now.
Okay. I smell Tass's rag out.
You can eat as much as you'd like.
I'm back in my own home now. This way, I think Cater will be happy too.
Cater. Is he the one who took care of her? If it's all right, could you invite him to rest at the cabin? He's kind of shy.
When we were in Maripede, he was really good at hide and seek. No one could find him if he really wanted to hide. He's quite shy, so he's watching us from a distance. As long as he knows Lenore's safe and sound, he'll be content.
Is that so? Well, that's a pity. Could you help me get a message to him then? No matter what, or no matter when, he will always be welcome here with open arms. If you ever get the chance, invite him over to be our guest. We'll tell him.
Sure thing, leave it to us. Cater and I agreed the next time we're gonna meet, I'm gonna tell many great stories to him.
Well, looks like we've got a lot of awesome stories to prepare then. We can't be sharing stories with him that aren't at least 100 times more incredible than his.
Okay, 100 times. Even Cater will be surprised.
We can reminisce about the old days while we drink tea and even enjoy some snacks.
You're finally back in your real home, Lenore. You must be tired. We'll leave you for now. Miss Traveler, Miss Paimon, are you guys leaving too?
We've got our own adventures to go on.
Okay then. When I grow a little older, can we go on adventures together? Oh, and Cater can come along as well.
One day, maybe.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Traveler and Miss Paimon. See you guys later.
You guys are leaving now? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Safe journeys.
It's too bad Cater isn't here. If he was, he could enjoy this with us too. Even if Cater was here, you still wouldn't be allowed to drink any more Fanta today. Aw. But Cater says you have to share with others to be even more happy. I'm sure Cater also said not to have too much sugar and to brush your teeth after eating. Oh, he did mention that. So, for anybody who didn't do the little quest with that guy, basically, he is a farmer. He's got these purple flowers. Don't step on them. He's also got those 3 dogs that his daughter had asked him to get, and, you know. Anyways, his daughter had left home, and they had not been speaking for a very long time. And he was basically waiting for her to come back home. And he wasn't going to give in, basically. And said that, yeah, I also wonder that. And she had sent him many letters, and I think he said that he hadn't read them. But then in this quest, the letters that she had sent him were to say, "Yo, I'm dying and I have a daughter." And so he had, because he refused to read the letters, he had no idea that he had a granddaughter, and he had no idea that his daughter died while they weren't speaking. So, I love this game. I'm having a wonderfully grand time. Nothing is wrong at all. Caterpillar, wouldn't it be great to meet Grandpa Earnshaw and Lenore right now? Are you sure? She's returned to a normal world with her real family. For her, I'd say things couldn't have ended any better. As for me, she'll forget about me in no time. Hey, don't say that. You should know that you mean a lot to her, too. She definitely won't forget the promise you two made to each other. If you really never see her again, she'll be heartbroken. She won't. Children tend to quickly forget both meetings and farewells. This is how they grow up. I'm simply a character in a story, brave at times, and yet also an evil monster at others. Let this fantastical story be a memory consigned to her past. She has the real world now, one that's hundreds of times better than any fantasy narrative. Traveler, Paimon, thank you. Don't mention it. As I mentioned before, there are places better suited to retelling history, like the Narcissan Cruz Ordo. Oh, we've been there before. If so, that'll save us a lot of time trying to find the way there. Let's go. Okay. All right. Super fun. Right, yeah, like, babe, you know, you were literally there every day. Like, I guess it's possible, but... Oh, there's a new teleport point. Okay, anyways. Yeah. Okay. That's the quest. I was expecting the thing about Cater. I was expecting him to be tied to the Narcissan Cruz Ordo, and I was expecting him to be a hilly troll. But my brain was so focused on that chain. Oh, yeah. That there was not even... no part of my brain. 0% of my brain was thinking about... Yeah, nope. Oh, man. Okay, so, yeah. Yep. Hooray. I did not expect to be getting closure on why that man's daughter stopped sending him letters. But here we are.
It is almost midnight. I have got to wind down for sleep. And, yeah. I will see you guys tomorrow. We will do the Fontaine Research Institute one, and yeah. It'll be fun. Good night.